Morning, everyone. Just watching how we interact here into 27s on NQ. ES looks like the worst out of everything. We're below VWAP and are currently battling with our value low edge, inching our way into the gap below. NQ back up in our value high and our PVT high here. So just kind of waiting to see what happens with ES. NQ, I'm not really bearish unless we start to see sell side really start to show a willingness to trade below 390. Just looks like balance to me in this gap up. We are seeing some like really strong reactions off that 15-minute VWAP, which is why I keep bringing it up. Just immediate liquidity found every time. So those interactions into that 390 seem to be pretty important. We can see that on PVZ, we're just interacting off of our reversion zone low and high and just bounced in between. This is that red box above and that green box below, right? So just a very balanced market right now into our extremes. I'm very worried about what's it called? ES here. Again, like this is our value low edge that we're interacting with, and we're holding VWAP as resistance right now. I'm really worried that something like this can happen. I'm kind of watching that weakness. I don't like when we have a really strong disconnect from NQ and ES. You can see a lot of this disconnect is happening with XLF having a really strong, I guess not really strong, but a very clear downtrend, whereas XLK, our tech names, have gapped up on the day. It's a pretty strong disconnect. Google really helping us today with this push up. What's up, Cass? Man, I am freezing my butt off. I turn out my heat. How's it 28 degrees but feels like -2? Explain that. Really solid bid on RTY. Just helped ES so much. Thank God. That disconnect was really worrying. Just a really nice oscillation occurring on RTY in this balance here. We'll see if we can break over or if this is going to hold as resistance for this to just kind of make a lower high, right? But if we can get over this PVZ high here, we're potentially in business for expansion and a breakout on NQ that'll actually hold and not just reverse, right? This is potentially the start of a trend up, with us being able to start to show interest in our reversion zone, right? As with higher lows. If we can get over ETH high and actually start to push, we could see a continuation potential. We might need to catch up with our VWAP and retest this edge first. So basically flag this out is kind of what I'm looking at. And then once we start to see that participation over our ETH high, then we can go. So I'm going to be paying attention to that if we can get the Russell break. That seems very likely on NQ. If Russell can break out of this range or at least put in a higher low and then, go for it. But really paying attention to this ETH high. Again, we might need to play a little catch up with our VWAP before we can go. But if we can hold our value edge now, this does look like it has a lot of potential for that expansion. It's going to be just going to be a little patient here while we wait. 2 minutes on this candle. Hoping that we'll get a trade on open of new 15. Yeah, I'm gonna go turn up my heat. I'll be right back. Jesus. Freezing. I feel like such a pampered baby now. Remember when I was like a teenager, you'd be able to go outside in like shorts in the snow. Now I can can't even handle being inside. Just a little cold. What happened? Full oscillation on Russell, back down to our lows. NQ still holding our flagging pattern above value. Watching to see if we get another bid on Russell into the bottom of our range. Again, we want to see, ideally, this be able to hold this low on Russell and NQ be able to hold our value edge if we're going to go for continuation. 15 seconds until new 15-minute candles. I am flat, but waiting for a potential trade here into new 15s. If we can't hold this value edge here on NQ, understand that we'll be looking for rotation back down to POC, so it'll be a very quick reversal with us getting back inside of our balance and then playing the lower auction. But this is what we'll be looking for buyers to show if they are interested at our value edge with RTY into 30s. Watching our interaction here with NQ into 30s. Literally nothing. Okay. This is your last line of defense here for buyers on NQ. No interaction into 15s and then a push over 30s. Then we rotate back down to 390 very quickly. So I'm looking for primary buyers here into 415 and then secondary buyers over 430 if we were going to go up. If not, then we look for 390 again for our low. We have more news at 10:30, but I don't think that it's important. Just like crude inventories. Because we're back inside value, you have to be very careful about this 430 level. We got our move down to POC, and now we're looking for a lower high for a rotation down into that 390 again. Now that we're back inside balance, we need to see buyers get back over this 430 and show a willingness to trade. Or this is going to just rotate down. I got old, yeah. Sad. Watching our reaction as we push into 430 offer. This is our value edge test from inside, right? So if we've failed to show buy-side interaction above, we'll now be watching our offer to be sitting here for rotations back down. We need to see a very clear step above this and then bid for buy-side to confirm that we want to go up. Or this will just be, again, where sellers are interacting. Mm-hmm. 415, 390. Watching our ES edge as we push in. This is where we'll be looking for that momentum loss as NQ is here. We'll be looking for our primary sell side to show its hand and then look down if we see sellers show their hand on ES here. If buyers are able to hold and we don't see a strong interaction from sellers, we'll be looking for everything to find that edge recovery and then go back up. If there's not any sort of confluence with the three, I just wouldn't trade it until we do see that confluence. It's too muddy. So really just be patient, please. We want to see these mechanical setups actually play out. And if we don't see those interactions that we're looking for, then we don't have edge, right? Subflex. You've got some really large participants on NQ here at 680 and at 675. Everything else is pretty unimportant. Yeah, did I not say ES? 680? Sorry, that 080 and that 075 on ES. Those are like your two huge volume areas. It's like over 5,000 contracts traded at 80s from buy side and 75s of like 3,500. For RTY, we'll just be watching 26 area for our reversion target for a bid.
So at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly US EIA inventories data. Crude forecast a draw of 1.41 million on the prior draw of 1.844 million. Gasoline forecast a draw of 1.039 million on the prior build of 3.314 million. Distillates forecast a draw of 0.424 million on the prior build of 0.416 million. And crude Cushing inventories prior a draw of 0.909 million.
See if this look above 680, or sorry, 080s on ES can actually hold, or if they take this in again. We want to see a break of the downtrend and a flip from sellers to buyers here for ES. Really nice bid off of RTY, but there's just so much sell pressure above into 35 to 40. It's going to be rough. Still battling with our 460 on NQ, which is our balance high. Give me a trade. Mm-hmm.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA crude oil inventories.
I don't think this will have a huge effect on market, but we'll see. News in a minute. Still just trading within balance. 30 seconds until new 15 minutes. Yes, trying for that 080, really trying to build this out. Same with NQ up at 460, trying to break. So far, no real look above, though.
Ten seconds. Draw 5.073 million, draw 5.073 million. That's lower than the expected draw of 1.82 million. Gasoline inventories build 2.362 million, build 2.362 million, higher than the expected draw of 1.039 million. Distiller inventories build 3.383 million, build 3.383 million, higher than the expected draw of 0.424 million. And crude Cushing inventories 0.05 million, 0.05 million. Seeing some upside in WTI oil.
I think 45s hold as higher low, or we rotate back down to 24s. Just keeping an eye on that right now. US looks pretty good if we can hold over 680 or break a downtrend. I wish Russell was a bit more on the same program with the ES and NQ, but this looks fine regardless. See how we interact here at our value edge. I'd like to see NQ buyers be able to maintain 460. Forgot how slow ES is. Why do people trade this? I'm out one here on ES into 86 from 80s. I think we can probably see like 88, 87.50, 88 on ES if we can flag here. Just keeping an eye. What's the pivot on RTY? Big wall up at 35.20 to like 44.39. 435.20. For NQ, there's like actually nothing here. Like a retest of 460. Watch for any pullbacks into this area, I guess. NQ's the least. Like, there's just really nothing here. We've got like a big old block of sellers above, and then we're just looking for a pullback that actually is able to hold. Our last area of like real buying that we saw was at this 460 to 446, which is a huge area, but like this is honestly where you want to see buyers being able to hold, just anywhere in here. If I was being honest. We'll see if we can maintain over 73s. I hope TradingView at some point adds grouping for indicators so I can turn off like 3 at once at some point. I don't have to turn everything off. It'd be cool if I could group these up and then just like click once and then everything goes away. Fuck. To me, it looks like either 7.3s hold and we build up this upper auction, or we fill the LVN back down to 60s and then we look for a pullback there. It's just a matter of do we need one more leg down on a flag up here or not. New 15-minute candle in a minute 20. Russell tagging into supply here, into 37 to 39. New 15s opening now.
According to Yonhap, South Korea ruling party decides to oppose Yoon impeachment.
That's crazy.
So Trump says he has asked Michael Watley to return lead the Republican National Committee. And Trump says Peter Navarro will serve as my senior counselor for trade and manufacturing.
I'm not convinced that we don't have one more leg down yet. Just giving it a minute. Waiting for Russell to find a low. And QNES still look fine. Again, it's just flagging. We just want to see 08 hold 080 on ES and like just a dip into 460 and immediate bid, if anything. Just need to see if we can hold outside of balance or if we re-enter and then we rotate back.
Introduces the motion to impeach President Yoon.
Slowdowns are so rough.
So bear in mind that the French National Assembly no confidence vote has started.
Good hold of our 80s on ES. Good bid. Yeah, I mean, we're holding our balance highs, Dubs. There's not really much to say unless we can get below that. It's just holding where it needs to. We just need to see a break it down trend and then some excitement from buyers above previous highs. But regardless, it's a decent rotation on ES right now, 6 point range. As soon as Russell finds that low, you have a bit more. You have less friction on the move, allowing for a much easier rotation back up. Just looks like we're creating a new balance up here. Yeah, good job, Kolsky. .30 seconds until new 15s. Just back to the top of this upper balance. Nothing really here. Something else you can do, Kowalski, that isn't either of the things that he just said, is you can just right click on the things that you don't want to show and go to visibility and intervals and just change it to current and below. And then your smaller time frame stuff won't appear on your larger time frame. That's what I do. Only the first time, and then it seems to sync with it afterwards. Like if I do drawings on this, do you see how they're not showing up on my bigger one? That's because I've already marked these as interval and below. So then I don't have ugly drawings on my NQ footprint. But if I draw on this one, do you see how it shows up? Yeah, exactly. It's a good first risk off if you are playing bottom of range. We got to show interest over 490 on NQ for anything more. So far, no interest. Yes, at our ETH high. Russell just back up the resistance here into that 35 to 39. This is a very slow grind up. It looks like it's about 7 p.m. right now outside. Kind of weird. What's up, Adam? There's a decent amount of interest up here at 90s on NQ. We're just not seeing a lot of follow through or like the ability to push out, but decent two-sided trading. Just waiting to see if we can actually do something with this. What's up, Izat? Hopefully I pronounced that right. God, these slowdowns, man. Jesus.
So French far-right leader Le Pen says we will vote a special law to get a budget for 2025 approved in case the government falls.
In case the government falls is crazy. New 15's opening now. Offer sitting at 83s on NQ. Bids at 75. See if that can flip. Trying to push below now. Little acceleration. See if we can get a reoffer into 75s for continuation down, or if that can flip back. No, I'm not. I was wondering if anyone had. I saw that they were like the number one best sellers on Audible right now for fantasy, and I had never heard of either of the authors. Yeah, it's basically it was the general consensus yesterday that they like girls love them. I think Romeo called it 50 Shades of Dragon. I don't need to be appropriate for little kids, but I do need it to be a good read, and that does not sound like something I'd be interested in, to be honest.
So BlackRock Investment Institute says in the 2025 outlook, we up our overweight to US equities and see the AI theme broadening out.
Should get on the Sanderson train, Kowalski. Yeah, either Mistborn or A Way of Kings. Good starting spot. The audiobooks are really good for both of them. I think Audible has is on sale right now for like the entire library is 85% off. But remember that you can always just use Libio, I think is what it's called. And hook up your library card and then get audiobooks for free. Your entire state basically has a audiobook library that you can rent out. So even if you have like a local public library card, you should be able to access like your big city libraries. It's just an app that you can download on your phone. Or maybe it's called Libby. I don't remember. Yeah, Libby. 75 offer holding. I'm just rotating back down to our 60. Just watching to see how we react there.
And BlackRock Investment Institute says in the 2025 outlook, we stay overweight in Japanese stocks on both a tactical and strategic horizon.
We've seen the offer shift from 85 now down to 75, and we're just watching to see how our buyers react here. There's been a decent amount of absorption that's taken place in this these low 60s. See if they're still willing to take in size here, or if we'll see a flip. Russell and ES sideways with this NQ movement. Move your stops down if you are short as we approach 60. You have to reset more than 2 times a day. You should not be in an eval yet. That's my take. That's crazy that they had to make that a rule. Yeah, but I mean, probably for the best. See, I see that as like respectable from Top Step, limiting their income and making it so that degen gamblers can't continue to reset over and over again.
So French Socialists Parliamentary Group Chief Valaud says a no confidence vote means socialists must act responsibly to help finding a new government.
I don't know about the payout caps though. That's always weird to me when I see stuff like that. But I definitely agree with the resets per day. New 15s opening now.
And BlackRock Investment Institute's 2025 outlook
Is
revises
London
AMCs
close.
to neutral from overweight.
Yeah, it's kind of my thoughts as well, Flex. They're probably running into issues like with Apex. Too many YOLO accounts where people are going for one-time payouts to make profitability, and that's hurting their. They want like multiple payouts to make it worth it. It's probably not worth it if for them if they're paying out like 10K first payout and then the account blows up and then that's that. Probably don't make enough. I just risked off 3 here into 60s. We'll see if we can get a deeper pullback. $85 and then $75. Just the exact areas that I was talking about where that offer was flipping. Here, you can see it just like this.
So BlackRock Investment Institute's 2025 outlook revises short US Treasuries to neutral from underweight.
Basically, we identified that there was some absorption being taken place up here. And then we opened below POC and we saw offer then flip on Dom at 85s. And then we saw it then open and then flip again at 75s.
So is
So they're just playing the
Force
downtrend
striking as
continuation
well
back down to our pullback zone. Once we identified someone who's trapped, right?
So BlackRock Investment Institute's 2025 outlook revises long US Treasuries to underweight from neutral.
What is Wealth Charts? Is that their platform on Apex? Weird. I mean, it makes sense though that these guys are trying to get rid of the middleman. I'm just keeping an eye on if bid is going to be able to maintain here and eat up sellers, or if we need a rotation down into 40s first. I'm not sure. I've risked off most of my position, just in runners now, from 75. There's just so much buy-side liquidity here from 60 to 45, and I think that this can definitely hold. And I think that the short idea is kind of done with for right now, unless we see like a pretty dramatic seller hold below 75. The thing is like I don't want to open along here, just because I'm not seeing enough buy side activity into the low. But my average on my short is going to be basically break even. Like there's a good chance that I can still get stopped out before we get another leg down if we see any sort of volatility. But I want to kind of maintain here because if this pullback zone doesn't hold and doesn't maintain as buyers, right, then we have like a pretty strong downtrend, and then we'll be looking for a rotation back down to like 24 if we don't see a break of downtrend and a pushback over 75s. So I want to leave a runner open, but I do understand that this like has to be my risk off, just because this is where we've seen like considerable buying activity happen between this 45 and 60. So I'm still just playing with trend, but I'm getting a bit wary.
And BlackRock Investment Institute says in 2025 outlook, we think the Fed will cut rates further, but the inflation still above target. It won't have room to cut much past 4%.
You done, Dan? Yeah, I gotcha. Have a good one, man. I'd like to risk off one more into 40s. I just like don't know if it's gonna happen. They need to really shove this thing down pretty quickly here. I'm keeping an eye on like 65 now for offer.
So BlackRock Investment Institute says in the 2025 outlook, we prefer European credit, investment grade, and high yield over the US on cheaper valuations.
I have one left for this final leg that I'm looking for. Again, I'm mostly risked off into this like 50 to 60 area. One runner left, just in case we're going to do a reversion to VWAP down at 40s. Mm-hmm. That's why it's sketchy. Like there's really like a lot of buying that happened here into this 45 to 60 on the last attempt that we were here. But like if we lose that, then we should be able to rotate down back down to our 15-minute VWAP down at like 415. So that's why I'm just kind of allowing it to figure out what it wants to do here. Because the way that I'm looking at it really on like the 15-minute footprint is we've got this block here where I'm watching for an interaction, see if like buyers are going to step in there into this low, or if we're going to fill this back down to this area here. Just am unsure. The flip at 75 and at 85 was the clearest price action that I've seen so far, which is why the only reason I played that and we talked about it. But other than that, it's just too slow. Fifteen seconds until new 15s. New 15s opening now. Opening at POC of previous candle. Offer should be this 55 to like 60 if it's gonna hold, or I could see buyers flipping this. Watching our interaction here. That 55.60, I want to see if buy side can flip or not. I'm flat on my short. Out one long here as we push into 70s from the 60 flip. Yeah, PA is pretty bad today. Dude, I don't know. My dog, I wish I knew. My dog refuses to play with any of them. The only thing that she cares about are like those bully sticks. Everything else she's just like super lethargic with. She used to really love those toys that you put a plastic bottle in, but she doesn't even care about that anymore. Yeah, when she was a puppy, she'd play with all of them. Now she's just a crabby old lady. If it's not like a treat, she doesn't care. Like even if it's a toy with like peanut butter or anything in it, like a treat inside, she's like it's too much work for her. Like she's actually a little princess. Only way I can get her to interact seriously is just like bully sticks. So she can just like chew and have something to do. But it's not like I can't just give her unlimited bully sticks. It's not healthy. I don't know. She used to love everything that came out of BarkBox, and then I had to stop because I was just accumulating toys that she would never touch. Yeah, it sounds like we're in the same situation. So if you find something, let me know. How old is yours? I think she's like 12. Yeah, 6, 7 is when she kind of stopped caring. This long does not feel great, but at 60s is holdings. There's not really much to do. I don't know. I'm gonna risk off one more here into 70, and then just leave one runner with a stop at 55, 5 points of risk. I'd like to see a rotation back up to 85 if possible, but I don't see the bid that's gonna get us there yet. 75s, good risk off, move stops up. Again, looking for 85, which should just be POC. This is what it looks like on a 5-minute bid ask from the trades that I've taken so far. This is what it looks like on a 15-second chart. Just closing out my short and then flipping long. So stopping out of my short into 60s and then flipping long, selling into 70s. And now just one runner with a 5-point risk from 55 to 60, just like we talked about, of that flipping. I feel like the first chart that I posted is pretty easy to let you know. Like think about right side of V, right? Like are we closing below or above POC from previous candle? And where's our offer sitting? What's happening on the look above POC from previous candle? And what happens on the interaction when we look back below it from that look above? Right? Because then it's just like, oh, okay, the offer is stepping down and the bid failed. And then we continue down in the downtrend with POCs shifting down. And then like this long is the exact opposite of that, which is like, okay, what's the interaction that's happening once we see that look above 60s again? So as soon as I see like that we are starting to, our POC is like really low on that candle, right? So like look at our reversal candle. Did I buy the exact bottom of the reversal candle? No. I waited for us to start accumulating over 2 POCs on the downtrend, right? And show interest above where the last time we offered and then rotated down. Wait, right? Like that's that 60 level. That's where that seller was at and then immediately rejected us from. And then we didn't see that same interaction again at that 60. We saw instead buyers show excitement, right? So now I'm interested there and I'm willing to put on 5 points of risk because I'm seeing a different interaction as we approach that area. And then where did I sell? Well, I sold where we saw our offer last time, right? If you look left on that screenshot, here, I can actually, let me just draw it so that there's no confusion here. Right, so I took my short here once we saw sell side really starting to show interest, and then we started to rotate down. We're seeing POCs holding lower and lower and lower, right? So I'm starting to take risk off as we push down into this for my first risk off from 85s, and now I'm only having a 70 average here. And then once we start to see this really low POC and this shift from our cumulative sell, right, to a very neutral to slash bullish candle, right, where we're getting our push up, I care about our interaction here. The last time that we were into the 60, we immediately pushed down, right? So what happens when I see interest above and then buyers starting to accumulate here? Well, now I'm willing to put on risk for a potential flip, right? So I have a 5 points of risk here. I'm looking for buyers to basically be able to hold and then push off this. So this is why I flipped. So I closed my short here, stopped out, and then added 3 contracts long. And then where did I sell? Well, I sold into where the offer was last time, which was here, right?
Sources.
So this is why I risked off first.
As Deputy Treasury Secretary.
And now I'm leaving a runner because I'm seeing interest again above where we were selling last time. And that's into this 75 area. So I'm leaving a runner for that push up into here, which is where we originally took our short. Does that make sense? Because we're seeing a shift from buyers. We're seeing accumulation into the low. We're seeing a flip of where our offer was to a bid. And then I'm just selling into our previous areas of sell side value on either side. How did I get that data? It's just a indicator called volume delta grid. You can just look it up, volume delta grid. But I really like being able to see this 5-minute perspective on NQ. And then I like to see our 15-minute perspective as well, because I think between the two of them, there's a really nice confluence, right? Like this is our larger time frame, 15-minute POC is that 450. Do you see how we are interacting there? And then I can also see it on the 5-minute of where that flip is kind of occurring. Later, Cass. And it's fine if you guys aren't at a level yet where this stuff makes sense, or if you don't feel comfortable taking these kind of things. But I want to, like, because I am narrating this action, these are like the only things that I've been able to see. And I think like being able to take a chance and seeing that kind of flip, or seeing like the weakness into the low, and then being willing to flip is important, especially when we're looking for potential bottoms, right? Like we've already identified this area is where we're looking for pullback for buying, right? But it's a large area. A lot of people aren't going to be willing to put on this amount of risk in this area and accumulate here. So like if we can identify where that flip's occurring, we understand that this is where we want to see buy side liquidity, right? Like that's we already have it labeled. But it's not the same as buying 60 here and buying 60 here, right? Like there's a very clear flip on price action as well as on our footprint chart. Yeah, well, that's just the zoomed out version. On the zoomed in version, it still shows. This is just it's called the template. If you wanted to look it up, this is just a template that it's this. You can just download the same template. I don't know if I don't really like find this template great. I just it has the volume delta grid already on it, and it works with the POC, because like all I'm really paying attention here is the POC and the volume delta grid. I still use the 15-minute for most of my 90% of my trades is based off of the 15-minute footprint. But I think it gives you a nice little like intra candle look of how we're building out. So you get 3 5-minute candles for each 15, right? I really don't have edge up here into 85s, like 80, 85. This could easily be our top. I have no clue. I'm starting to stagnate a bit. Just need to see if buyers can be able to push or not. There was a decent amount of absorption that took place into 85 to 95.
With stable outlook.
I think if we lose 70s, that this is probably it for right now. We're going to need a steeper pullback down into like 65 or something. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on our value edge here, basically. This is that 70.
Fitch affirms intact financials if ratings at R.
Yeah, no problem, man. And I'll try to post whatever screenshots I post in Discord in here as well. Um, a lot of the things I'm talking about, I realize that you can't see. So if I'm ever talking about something that you're confused, just let me know and I can post it on stream as well. So like this is what I just posted in chat. So this is our 15-minute footprint. And this is the 5-minute footprint. So you can see a side-by-side comparison of how these areas look. This is what it was just posted in Discord. Right, so we have like a major area of buying here into our 50s, and we're seeing some absorption into our low here. And this candle is this candle, right? So this is the basing that occurred here. So we're seeing a very low POC on this 15-minute candle. And then we're seeing that buying occur over 60, right? So we're seeing some excitement from buyers here. And we're seeing that here on this candle. That's what this is showing on the 5. And so I'm willing to put on 5 points of risk here into this 55 to 60 because I'm seeing that flip above and that shift back above these sellers that were taking place here. So as soon as we see like this, these guys kind of trapped into the low, and then this willingness to trade over these sellers here where this offer was, like, okay, now I need to exit my short and now identify that this is where I'm looking for buyers to be able to push up off of. And then that's just rotating back into this absorption that occurred here, which is this area on the 5.
ECB's Nagel.
Right?
No
And then we're just
objection
looking
to
to
rate
risk off
cut,
into this
but
area.
reserving judgment until meeting.
And then like
ECB's
pullback
Nagel
wise, like
favors
I don't really
gradual,
want to see us
cautious
go below
approach to rate
this
cuts.
65-70 area.
Nagel from ECB
This is where our
suggests
buyers
gradual
were.
decrease of rates towards neutral level. ECB's Nagel says no significant recovery expected in Germany in the short term. ECB's Nagel says no rush to adjust interest rates. Joachim Nagel, president of Bundesbank, speaks in Luxembourg. Nagel of ECB, no significant risk of inflation undershooting. ECB's Nagel, no objection to December rate cut, but waiting for forecasts.
And like all of the things that we just talked about were pretty obvious on Dom itself, watching just like the ladder move with this. So like it's one of those things that you can easily go back and review with market replay and be like, oh yeah, like I can see that flip. Like the flip at 85s and the flip at 75s for short, where it's very obvious once you know what you're looking for. And then same thing with this flip at 60s of like where I started to see that the the flip of logic of like okay, well like this is no longer our seller. This is now where bids are trying. Now when you go back and you look at that area, you'll be like, oh yeah, I can see it as well in ladder. I'm sorry for all my ES traders. Like this is literally unplayable. Oh, this is such garbage. Oh boy. Hot garbage. It's so neutral up here. Like it's so two-sided. I don't know which way we're gonna break. But the longer we sit here, the more time or the more emotional I get in this runner, which I don't like. Because like this can easily come back down into this first before popping. And like do I care? Like is it worth me risking 10 points here on either side for a potential runner? I don't know. Like we're holding where we need to, but like a dip for liquidity into this LVN is like pretty possible for this push into 85s. And is it really worth me trying to stay in for 10 points or potentially losing 10 points of unrealized? This is like those this is where I start to like get iffy. Like we have 2 minutes left on this candle. Or a minute now. I just keep reminding myself that like nothing is invalidated about the long play. And that I'm already net positive on the trade, so like does it really matter? I don't know. Like do I care enough about potentially getting another 5 points, or should I just be risking off into this high? You know what I mean? New 15's opening now. We're above POC of previous candle. Russell weakness below ETH high is a little interesting. Not a big fan of that. All right, yeah, like I can't be bothered, to be honest. I'm gonna just close here. I don't want to sit here for 30 minutes, but 85s is next target, and then above that is 499 for me. I will be right back. Again, I'm flat. I'm gonna go grab water. I'll just mark this as next target. It's already marked, but you know, it is what it is. All right, we're rational again. Having to use the bathroom and being in a chopping trade is the worst thing. Need water. Gone nowhere. Slowly grinding our way up to that 85. A lot of effort being exerted, but not a lot of movement.
So according to Trump on Truth Social, Trump picks Falconer for Deputy US Treasury Secretary.
The market did not like that. Jesus. It's the one thing that I am going to be really sad about is the random Trump tweet that just like moves market and invalidates everything. We tagged into 85s on that, I think, and then just no, we didn't almost.
Trump picks Gail Slater as Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division at the Department of Justice.
Just back to our POC from previous candle, looking for liquidity. We'll see with what happens here. POC shifted to this 73. I don't have any faith in this move until we get out of this area, now that I'm FF exited. Nothing for me here. We'll see if that look back into previous POC was enough. And if we can get excitement back over, or if offer now holds here at 73.75, the same place we saw last time. Battle for our 75 right now. There's your offer into 85. They're still holding that pretty willingly. Again, I'm flat and just waiting. There's not really much here unless you're trying to attempt the short at 85s, and I'm not a big fan of the trade. I think it's a good PT, but I don't think that there's enough there's anything really actionable on flow to let you know that the 85 is a good short yet. Got buyers really attempting here into this edge. I guess I should explain what my logic on that. So POC was 85 here on the look up, and then we saw this flip, right? This is where our original short was off of 85s on this look back in. You can see a very clear offer flip here from buy side to sell side on this last attempt that we were here, right? And then we saw a really nice flip again from the 75 buyer to a 75 seller. So these two areas have been very important to me, just because this was my original short entry. This is my secondary short entry. We can see that flip occur here. So as we come back and retest, we're going to want to really see a willingness to transact above this and now hold this as buy side. If that can happen, awesome, right? Like we keep going up. But I'm going to need to see a retest before I feel comfortable getting back in, now that I've exited my entry from the low at 60s, right? Same thing, same flip idea. We saw a very clear flip from sell side to buy side. We got our liquidity grab on that news candle, and now we are attempting over 85s into our value high edge, where we saw pretty dramatic selling on the last attempt. So I think flagging here would make a lot of sense, and just see how we can build out. ES has had quite a seller into 88s, so look above and hold would be pretty nice sign that we want to expand. Just going to give this a little bit to figure itself out. If you're still in a runner, congrats. I'm just going to be watching our 80-85 for any sort of pullback. Russell into previous day of value high here. NQ testing our 85 edge. Yeah, still rejecting 88s. We have 1 minute left on this 15-minute candle. Thirty seconds. Coming down into our 80 as our 15-minute closes. Just watching our interaction. No trade for me yet. I want to see how our 15-minute closes. This is where we would love to see buyers, though. Not looking for longs until we can get back over. holding POC as resistance right now for a potential flip. Got to keep that in mind. It's the same as before, where we have someone who's trapped off sides above our 85, right? And then we're holding 80s as offer. So if this continues to hold, we'll be looking for offer flip right here. Now that we have these guys off sides into our edge high, and now we've rotated back down. So just keeping an eye on that. Only way I look for bids is if we can start to build back above, or this is just going to be sell side with us holding POC previous candle. Like, to me, this makes the most sense of like waiting for that new 15-minute reaction. Yeah, sure, it's shit PA, but like if you think about it from the last trades that we've taken, like look at what happened on the open of this new 15-minute candle on a 5-minute chart. What did we hold as offer? Like, I think this is really important for you guys to recognize. So like this is what our last 15-minute candle looked like. I'm going to show you the 15-minute footprint, and then I'm going to show you the 5 right next to each other, which is why we wait until the new 15 opens. What happened on this interaction as we retested here? What does it look like on the 15 as well? Where are we rejecting, right? What we want to see our bid maintain is now flipped offer on both, right? Yeah. Right, so is there a long? No. All we've done is trap these guys above, right? Trap these guys above. And now we're rotating back down. So we wait to see how we interact here. And if there is a flip, right, if we're opening below POC from previous candle, it's not a really great area to interact with. So I'm looking for that bid to be able to maintain, and then we're looking for an active buyer above. If they're below and we're offering, and then we're opening below that POC, like I'm looking for a rotation back down to previous liquidity. It has to happen. Like there honestly was a decent trade here for shorts if you're willing to trade this upper edge. For me, I'm just staying sideways, right? Like I'm staying flat. But like understanding that these guys are off and that we're going to be rotating back down, like it is tradable. Especially when you have like an area of interest like this, 80 to 85. Like if we don't see that bid there, then it's going to be our offer from the look below, right? And remember, like, what's the primary thing that we look for a setup like this? Someone above, right? Someone above that's now offsides. And then we look for our point of interest below that and how we interact with it. Yeah, look above and fail. Right, so like if you have those concepts down, like this can be a pretty substantial scalp because we expect acceleration from this area if it fails, because now that we have an accelerant, which is this guy who's offsides up into the highs. So just because we expected it doesn't mean you have to trade it though. But it's good to see. One of those things you can add to your playbook. If you're fast enough, then you can interact with it. If you're uncomfortable, you don't have to trade it, but at least you can see it, you know? You see enough of them, you'll feel a bit more comfortable interacting in those areas. You don't need to be in every rotation. You just have to be in the rotations that you have a good understanding of, that meet your conditions. The reversion target here is 58 on NQ. If you're going off of PVZ, right? We hit our reversion box. You get your signal, and it's targeting this PVZ low here at 58 for PT. Same trade idea, just based off of PA alone. So just think about that you want to be risking off as we approach that if you are in a short. I don't think I'm going to trade this area again until we reach out. But of course I'll let you know. Lex was saying that you get 3 accounts if you sign up for the beta, so worth in that sense. I mean, I feel like you'll probably meet that criteria. Are you still using Apex, or have you fully flipped, gotten off Surf? Hmm. I mean, I think they're kind of a garbage platform, but I feel like you'd actually be able to get the 3 evals. So it's really just, do you want to deal with potentially having to record all your trades again? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure their platform's going to be absolute trash, but if it's free, it's free. Yeah, but I mean, like Surf's shown that he can get payouts through Apex, so for him it makes sense to try because the activation fee is, it doesn't matter. He can pass and take a payout, no problem on Apex. He meets the risk parameters, right? For others, it's probably not worth because they'll get you with the 3 evals, then you pay the activation fee, and then you blow up your account. And then they've made a pretty penny off of you, and you've gotten nothing out of it. Again, I don't think I'm buying here. This is our last long from 55 to 60. We had 5 points of risk. There's potentially buyers here yet again, but I'm not interacting with it as of right now. Just keep that in mind. Sell side in control. We're seeing them step down the offer in the same areas that we took our original short, which was 85s and then 75s. Seeing that offer still holding into that 70-75. Now just back down to our original entry. I think if we don't see a pretty strong interaction here into our 55-60, that it makes sense for us to head down to around like 30 area, 30-40, same as before. I'm going to be waiting to see how we interact here. And you want to see like a pretty substantial bid, like immediately push off of here as we look in for liquidity into 50s and then get back over 60 if buyers are serious. That should offer about 20 points upside back to 70s if we see that. If not, then we're watching 55-60 for sellers to look down into and then shift value again, right? So this is the interaction I'm looking for. Either an immediate bid off of here and then step up, or a look below and then offer holding for a rotation down into like 40 to 40 area. And we have to understand like the sell side liquidity that's resting up here into 70-75. So it has to be your first risk off if you're willing to put on right, just like we're seeing right now. Like you have to be willing to take some profit off as we approach. Mm-hmm. I think you might be the most successful Apex trader in the room, Surf. Have you taken like 40 grand off of them? Again, really great first risk off if you are trading off of this 5 point area, 55 to 60. Again, this is just the 20 points that we talked about for upside. Just back into our 70s. Yeah, they're not a fan of martingale systems, which is what they were trying to prevent with DCAing, I think. Basically, like pyramiding into trades and then increasing betting size with each loss.
So Trump picks Paul Atkins for SEC chair.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can find buy side now holding 70.75 on this look above for a potential flip. Again, if you are trading off this 55.60, this is a great first risk off. We'll see if we can now get any sort of interest up here from secondary buyers. Just move stops up. See if we can go for that 85 tag.
So Trump asked William McKinley to serve as counsel to Doge. And picks David Warrington to serve as assistant to the president and counsel to the president.
Just got tagged out one there into 84.50 from 70.75 on the flip. Holding one runner, break even. Just back to our absorption up here. What is going on at this 88 level on ES? Like, actually. What? Uh, it's still a good trade, though. And you can see, like, the double POC, right? It's the same thing as before. I'm glad that you caught on to that quick and then took a trade off of it. And seeing, like, that bid flip at 70s. It's literally the same setup, right? With POC into the low, and then bid stepping over, and then secondary candle holding, and then flipping over. It's what we talked about. Great job putting that into practice, Sauce. Do we see similarities between this trade that I took, flipping, and the trade that Sauce just posted? Do we see anything similar here with our interaction into our low and then the bid stepping above our sell side? Do we see the same interaction here? This is where he took his bid. This is where I took my bid on that trade. Do you see how we play up into our offer before? Do we see the similarity or no? This 85 is just such a big level now. It's so chunky. Also, that doesn't have to be rhetorical. If you don't see it, let me know so that we can then talk about it. I don't expect you all to grasp it like the first attempt. It's fine. $50 until new 15s. Good chance I get stopped out. This is our current pivots right now.
Seeing downside in WTI oil.
Yeah, I just got stopped into 77. We'll see if there's a willingness to hold here or not. But I just didn't want to give back full profits from our 70. I probably should have put it lower, but I didn't want to go break even. It is what it is. held our value low of our previous
City
candle,
regards
retesting
there's
POC
Europe needs a
now
less
of
fragmented
previous
financial
candle.
infrastructure.
I need to see like a very clear look above 85s for me to care. Russell retesting our low. Yes, still rejecting that 88, no change. Sucks. It is what it is. Yeah, no problem. Surf, you still have a bookmap sub? Okay. I'm curious to see what this 88 seller looks like on ES. Potential bid here on NQ. See if these guys can do anything with it. Just watching our interaction at 85. On this look above. Two and a half minutes left on this candle. Yeah, I don't know how delayed this is. We can check it out. Let's see. Thanks, Tommy. There's just zero liquidity until down into 80s on ES. And this 88 to 90 is just solid.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo
New
operation.
15s have opened. 85 offer holding off of the flip. Failure from bid. Just watching to see if offer can hold this as resistance on retest. Keeping an eye on Russell into our 30-second opening range low into 22.9. Yes, just so flat, man. Nothing there.
$65 counterparties take $162.866 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Looking into POC from previous candle here into our 85. Russell almost down into target here, into our lower edge. Let's see how we interact. Really strong rejection off of 85s on NQ. Looking for a break of low if it's going to go any lower. If Russell finds bottom here at 22.8, I don't know if sell side does anything on NQ. I think buyers went out. Small bid stepping in on Russell, but it's too early to tell. Price action is so slow. Chipotle burrito is going to be like $20 flex by end of year and end of next year. It's going to continually raise prices by 2%. Get me out of this area. Watching Russell to retest here into previous day POC for rotation down into previous day value high, if anything. Just watching this interaction. NQ, it's just, there's nothing here yet. Nothing worthwhile. Just flat. Flat and boring. Russell almost at next target here into our previous day value low. It wicked into it off of our rejection of previous day POC. Just pushing down. We've got a VPOC down at 16.3. I'm really just keeping an eye on if this is going to be able to hold or if we're going to need to come in and fix the structure down here into that 16.3. Watching for potential bid to step in here, though, with NQ back into bottom of range. And ES down at VWAP. Almost to our 80 liquidity here on ES. Russell almost into target. This might be enough. We'll see if this was enough of a look below, and then we'll see if we can get a bid back up, or if offer is going to actually be able to do something here on retest. Just watching our 70-75, same as before on this interaction. Yeah.
So at 1:40 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Powell, who speaks in a moderated discussion at the New York Times Dealbook Summit. No text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
This is same place we bid last time, 55.60. We'll see if buy side's here again, or if this can flip offer. I'd want to see like a pretty strong look below, and then re-offer if this isn't just going to hold again. We're almost at that VPOC at 16.3 on Russell. So that can be a potential area for momentum to cease for downside. But sell side it's up to them right now. Like, it is really up to them if they want to push this thing down or not. This is Russell taking out that VPOC now into 16.3. Watching our 50 edge on NQ for interaction as this is happening. Either we get a look below and then an immediate bid from buyers here, or sellers can really start to accelerate if this buyer is no longer interested. $50 has been a very key level. Loss of 50 will most likely lead to a rotation down into like 420s. So if this buyer dips, we're just going to be watching for that next leg down. But if buyer is able to sustain here and get us back over 60s, then it's probably nothing, no change, would be my guess. Just watching to see. Again, this is this, right? So we're watching to see if that offer is now willing to defend this, or if bids are now able to push back up for rotations. We know 50 is a huge edge. We've seen them absorb here multiple times. Watching interaction into 80s on ES. Again, 16.3 holding on Russell, but we do need to get back over previous day value low for confirmation. 50's bid held. I would say this is your first risk off, or at least move stops to just below 55 if you're looking for a continuation play. Offer is most likely here. There's your offer into 60 and now loon low. Just coming back down to our VWAP down into, again, like that 35.40 is what we're watching for. It's also our value edge. This interaction and look below is key of why we can look for pathing like this. Like, you gotta see that look back down, like a very clear look below, and then offer into where previous bid was to show that shift. This is our retest of previous day value low here on Russell. This is what we're looking for to see if momentum ceases. Day open here on ES and just our ETH high and original bid, right? Just as we push into 60, 65. Sell side, we want them to be here, or bid can easily flip.
At 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Powell, who speaks in a moderated discussion at the New York Times Dealbook Summit. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
VWAP interaction here on ES, looking at it as resistance. Russell's still having momentum, so it's a bit hard to expect short continuation as of right now. Again, for longs, you really want to see a look over 65 and then some excitement on the bid, or this is just going to stay offer. We're looking at a potential shift of structure here. Again, just the 60 is where we took our initial bid forever ago. We're just watching to see if offer is able to stick here or not. Don't expect any upside really until we see like a look like this. Just watching. Yeah, and this is just that VWAP resistance on ES and our pivot here on RTY. It's in sellers' hands right now if they're gonna be able to shift value or not from the look below. Regardless, I do think that if you did short 60, 65, 50s is a really great first PT for 15 points. As we retest value low of this candle, you'd need to see offer step below 50s and then retest for continuation down, I think. Just mark this so that it's clear. Russell holding momentum, reclaiming our previous day value and rebid. ES still below VWAP. Watching our test into 65s now. Can we see any excitement above? Or is offer still just sitting here, willing to shift value? Understand that we're holding POC from previous candle so far, from this look down, right? So this is why I'm even interested, even semi-interested in potential longs. If we can build above. There's a pretty solid chance that momentum ceases on Russell as we approach POC from previous day here. Same pivot as before. So we're just keeping an eye on that. Our range has been being respected. So as we approach in here, we're going to look for a loss of momentum to see if sell side shows up. If they do, we're looking to see if buyers can get caught up in this area, and then we can rotate back down with a reoffer below 60. If buy side is able to maintain and we're able to put in a higher low on Russell and then look up, we probably have enough sell side trap down here for a movement back up to 80, 85. That'd be my guess. So really just keeping an eye on this interaction here.
At 2 p.m. Eastern time, we get the Fed's beige book. So Fed's pal says there is broad support in both parties for an independent Fed, but I do not think there is a risk of losing it. And Fed's pal says the US economy is in remarkably good shape, and I feel very good about where monetary policy is.
Trading SPY today, Cash? What a... Not the day to trade SPY, man. It's so choppy on ES and SPY. You traded options? It's even worse. Too choppy. You swung puts over the gap up? Yikes. How much time do you have left on them? Oh, God. Welcome back, Cash. Holy. Oh, boy. I said yesterday into close that it looked good for long. I don't know, man. This is where we closed yesterday, was a hold of our upper structure. And then we popped. Gotta be really careful. Oh, boy. Yeah. Ooh. Jesus. If you're playing long off of this hold of 60-65, this is a great first risk off as we approach our 75-80. Good looking. This is just POC of sell side. There's your rotation back up to our 85. Again, really great area to risk off a little, or at least move stops up. I personally prefer playing these flips rather than like the short continuation. I don't know how you guys feel about them, but they felt pretty comfy. Taking one more off here into 92 and then leaving a runner for 500. Damn. Yeah, yeah, all part of the plan. What a sell, Jesus. I just got stopped out my last contract. Back to our 65. Immediate bid, but Jesus. That was the low, was my stop. Feels bad, man. Aren't you in Avery's Discord? Isn't that his like entire strategy now? No, I don't think it's free. What do you mean you didn't know? I swear you've been in Avery's Discord from the start, Cash. Hello? Avery's still a partner with TFC. He just does his own thing now. But he's definitely still TFC. I would say that we are the opposite of a casino, but to each their own. Maybe you're treating it like a casino here. That's a personal problem, you know? You guys like my stop? You like that? It is what it is. Yeah, but mine actually makes sense with that movement that we just saw. His made 0 sense. This is what it looked like on a 1 second chart. Unlucky. Yeah, so I said it is what it is. It's like, what am I gonna do? It's a break-even stop, so I could have just kept the same risk that I had on before with 5 points of risk, 55.60 and bid and played it back up. That would have probably been the smart play, but it's fine. I don't care. We already took off 2. How many times can I play this 60 pivot? I don't know. Russell's still holding our edge. So to me, like, there's really no trade here. But it's my own damn fault looking for 5 points when I could have just exited into 94, that being our PVC target. Instead, I lose 20 points looking for 5. Risk to reward just didn't make sense. I'm just an idiot. But at least I wasn't an idiot with full size, you know what I mean? And that's the difference. Cashman, you should just be playing Braxton's plays. Like, don't touch your account until Braxton posts something, and then don't max leverage in. Don't try to be smart. Just wait until he has a play and play that, man. Build up your account again. I could have told you that SPY today would have not been the move, though. Holy. At no point should your entire account be in a position. You're setting yourself up for failure. I know you can do this. I've seen you be profitable. What'd you miss? Nothing. We're in the same rotation. I got wicked out at the low. That's what you missed. Varg, you gotta follow Algo Flows on Twitter. He's a vibes trader. Here's your vibes-based short. You guys have similar humor. I wouldn't be surprised if it was your burner. Oh my god. I didn't say that at all. There's a reason why I follow Algos, and it's not for his plays. I think the dude's hilarious. Oh no, I know that, but I want to make that clear. Tesla over 360 in a couple weeks. Yeah, I think it's possible. %90 of his Twitter is just him bashing his sellers or bashing his followers. It's great. He's a memer. I don't know. I'm looking at it just like this, cash. Right? Kind of like a cup and handle. We're holding where we need to. We're just accumulating in a flag over a previous sell side. So as long as this is persisting, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't keep going. But it's kind of an awkward position to take take something right now. But if we can continue to show a willingness to kind of bid here, I don't see why we wouldn't keep going up. But I would like to see us break out first, at least like an initial pop for something like this. Right now, you just are kind of in a awkward position because you're just in like a chopping area. But I like that we maintain gap. I just like to see us push and break back into this upper structure first, ideally. So honestly, like I'd like to see a test in the 60s first before I'd really get bullish. But overall, like I don't mind it. I just don't know where we trade for the next couple days. Because like this is a little awkward. Like I'd like to see at least a break of this wick high off this previous day candle. It's like 55, 70, 56 really. If we show interest over 56, like we probably just go up. That'd be my guess. But right now you're in a really awkward spot because you're just in an inside candle of a doji on a daily. What the hell are you supposed to do here? Is that a 1 second later message? That's crazy. 10:26 to 10:27. Looks like an inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, definitely. It has that potential on the higher time frame for sure. What's the most important thing for me though is just like where we're holding on this push up, right? So like if you were looking at this as like an impulsive push, right? We're holding above the halfway, but like we could still be bullish and it could come down, you know, $10, and I'd still be like, oh yeah, this still looks bullish to me. That's the issue. Is that like we could still just do one more leg down and then go up, and I'd still like the chart on the higher time frame. But like right now, where you're accumulating is fine on an anchored VWAP, right? Like we're holding the upper VWAP. It's very bullish consolidation for continuation. So to me, like there's not, like I said, not a lot here for a an entry per se. But if we can continue to accumulate here and then break, I don't mind it. Just kind of an awkward spot. What do you mean right? What do you mean by that? It's definitely a chart, true. Yeah, so like what I said is like right now we're seeing Tesla gap up and then hold gaps, which is bullish. So like it's not a bad thing to be looking at. But overall, I do believe that like we're just in an uptrend, right? It's a very grindy uptrend. So I'd either like to see a breakout of this balance that you have drawn, right? So like over that 360, I think is a great area to start looking to see if we can break out a balance and then hold above there. Or I would like to see a further dip to fix, fully fix those gaps and then look for a buyer, right? So that's really it. It's just, again, it's in a very awkward spot. Because like we're maintaining uptrend, so if your time frame is long, like larger, like it looks fine. But shorter, if you're trying to get like the perfect entry, it's not right now. I wouldn't pay attention too much to that vertical line that you've drawn, other than just to keep in mind that it is trading higher lows, right? Like that's the only thing that line should be used for, right? Like this, you don't want to be taking trades off of a line that looks like this, other than just to be like, oh yeah, we're maintaining higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Can that keep up? I find that if you were ever going to draw like a vertical pathing like that you might as well just put an anchored VWAP on. Give yourself a zone. Right? At least then it's volume weighted and has some sort of metric. Does it make sense if I show you how our volume profiles are building out like this? Of why I think it's a weird area to long. Like if you had bought here, it makes a lot of sense because what's happening, Cash? We're holding our value high of this accumulation, right? This could, or I guess a consolidation that took place here, and you can see your little wedge that happened. But what I care about now is that we're clearly now showing a bid that's holding. But the problem is that we have this upper auction that took place here, and that this is like very clear resistance, right? Like this is your supply. So how we interact in here should determine where we're headed. If we can build like this, then I'll be looking for this push up into our 58s, right? That's that 58.60 that you're looking for. Would just be us starting to show a willingness to maintain above and back into this balance here, right? So like this is your rotation up to 60s. But for me, like the real breakout is going to occur when we can actually show a willingness to hold here into our 60s. Does that make sense? If you need a good example of this playing out, we can actually just go to the NQ chart and you can see the same thing. So this would be what we were looking for. We're looking for a price to be able to build in a previous auction. We're calling this value area an auction. And we're looking for price to be able to accumulate up at the highs for a breakout, which is what happened here. And we can see that same thing of what we'd be wanting to see on Tesla. So you've got this upper auction that it can rotate in between before this actually happens. Do we see how we can like flip these? Yeah, shit. I don't know why you can't see my live stream. So I guess you didn't see my explanation of how this looks like NQ, right? If you're not watching my stream, you should have told me that 30 minutes ago. Here's a link to the stream. God damn it. All right, are you watching now? Oh yeah, the stream's not in Discord unless it's class. All right, so now that you saw that Tesla chart, now let's go look at NQ. You see how we have this... Here we go. Scroll out. Do we see how we interact with these areas? And how we had this upper auction, and then we balanced in this upper auction once we breached, and we retested it. We tested the low, we tested the high, and then once we actually were able to hold the top, you see what happened? We were able to then get a big old pop because we broke that auction high, and we're able to then continue higher. So it's a very similar thing that I'm looking for on Tesla, which is like, we have to first get back in to this auction here, But once we do, we'll then trade within it. And then we'll be looking for that ability to build above these previous highs and show a willingness from buyers to step in. And as soon as we do, we're then able to pop, right? So that's that area on Tesla that I'm looking for above as well. It's a very similar reaction. That's all I was trying to say. So when we look at the Tesla chart, it's very similar, where like it makes a lot of sense that sellers are positioned here because this is our value low to POC, right? So we should be expecting selling pressure into this until we can show a very clear willingness to hold here, right? So we want to see like a very clear look in and then ability to bid, and then we can look for rotations up into your 60. It'll probably look something like this. Right, and that makes a lot of sense if we drag it over to our profile on the other side. This would be us looking into this upper balance and then holding POC as supportive. And then from our POC hold, we should be able to then target our value high edge. And then if we can then hold above our value high edge, that is a very good sign for expansion, and then expansion leads to upside. But we first need to show interest above here, right? But once we do, we then know where we're headed. All right, let's focus up. Yeah, no problem, man. We've got a decent block of buyers here on NQ from the breakout here at 96 to like 501. I'm watching that. It's like 501.50 to 96 to be where we see pullbacks and buyers eat this up. We'll know we're good to go still. I think if this can hold, things look not bad. Notice that we are finally over this absorption over 88s and now holding it as supportive. We want to see if this can sustain. If it can, this looks fine for a continuation higher. Same thing on NQ, very clear. Buyer who's attempting here, and we're now holding that as supportive for a breakout. Things I'm a bit worried about is Russell is still holding this as our pivot, but I like that we are currently holding this block of buyers like we can see on footprint here. So I'm actually going to delete this previous structure, and we're just going to now have this here, and I'm just going to keep an eye on this block. Because what do we want to see happen? We have this new node that's developing here, and we want to see buyers really interacting in the low of this tail, and any dips need to be bought, and then we need to see the willingness to then interact at this high edge, right? And show a willingness for expansion, for continuation, or we're just going to have to rotate through this node over and over again. So we'll see. We might not need a steep retrace here if we can break and then start to build up at these highs. Again, with like ES over this area, it's really important that we now are able to maintain and see a willingness to expand. If these are happening, then we don't need to rotate through this. This was enough of a test here into this low for us to keep going. But I'm just keeping an eye on our interaction here. Target would be 520. I think something that might help you guys, like with a shift in mentality, especially when you're trying to short highs, is that like you have to consider that when we're in a trending market up, that all price action until we see a shift of structure is buying biased, right? All PA, everything that you're seeing until you see a shift from sellers in a very clear move in the opposite direction and the taking of a key area of value, right? Like you have to think that upside is going to persist. And if you try to preemptively short, you're going to be in a really bad position because the market is not doing what your bias or what you think in your head, your emotional side of your trading wants to happen, right? Like we're trending up, we're gapping up, we're going up. So until you see like a real big seller step in and a shift in market structure, like you have to think that buy side is doing exactly what it wants for a continuation higher. It might not be as pretty, it might not be as fast as you want, but like you can't have a short bias until you see that shift in structure. Just like we do on like the smaller time frames where we have a key pivot and we look for that to then flip and then reoffer, you have to do that for the higher time frame as well. So even if we're consolidating and chopping, it's still a slow grind up, and until that changes, like you can't have a higher time frame short bias. Like you're gonna lose money. Like maybe you don't capture the exact top of the range, right? But like that's never what we're aiming for with what we do. So like if we look at NQ, like what's the general direction since we found the low down here? It's just been up, right? And like without this shift lower, like you can't take a short. Like the only short that we were looking for on Monday was what? A break of our balance low, right? We've been longing this 120, 140 area so far this week, and that was our low that we put in. The only time we would be looking for a larger short is if that area went offer, we looked into it, and because what does that mean? Well, that means that we're no longer interested in this lower balance, and we're no longer interested in where these buyers were, and then I'm going to be looking for a steeper retrace because we have a shift in our value. But as long as like buyers are maintaining into this low, I have to think that this is what our range is going to look like. It is what it is. This is where we are seeing value low and our value high. And until this auction shifts, we can't look for more. As soon as we see buyers starting to really accumulate and hold these highs where our seller was, that's when we can look for expansion up. But the overall trend never changed, right? We're still in an uptrend going up. So you can't just randomly short areas. It just doesn't make sense. So if you're looking for like puts that are weeks out, like you have to see some sort of shift happen or you're really just kind of like throwing a dart at the board with your eyes closed. Sometimes it'll hit, but like what was your edge when you had that other than like a gut feeling, a vibe, Like if buyers are still here and buying, like I don't want any part in a short. You're just adding fuel for shorts to pop this back down and then keep going higher. It's something you really need to wrestle with internally. Like, do I have edge here? Does it make sense? Is there anything that we can be going off of that makes sense to tell me like this is the top? Well, we've never traded here before, so how do I have a level that makes sense that other people are going to want to sell at? We got to see some sort of shift because we're in no man's territory, right? Like we're just going up. So we have to see someone start a sell program, right? And then a break of a structure, and then we can play a secondary move down. We don't have to be in at the exact top. We need real levels to play off of. Or you're just gambling. How much time do we have left? Hour 20. Oof. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of marketed out. French government toppled by opposition parties in no confidence vote. What is going on in the world? It's going to be a really important retest, I think. This is letting us know if we're getting back into this auction or not. There's a strong chance that sellers are now sitting here and that we rotate back down through this if buyers can't maintain. Just keeping an eye on footprint right now. We have a minute left on this candle. Yeah, this is called a footprint chart, Robert. $40 until new 15s. How does it work? It's just showing you the accumulate. So it's basically just showing you the price levels in which volume was transacted within a candle. Your market buys, your market sells, allowing you to see where people are interacting at each price level. The version we have on is just showing you the difference between the bid and the ask volume on a 15-minute accumulation. The yellow box represents the POC, where most volume was traded. The red represents where there was more selling pressure. The greens represent where there's more buying pressure. It's basically like a simplified version, but I definitely look into it more if you're interested. Nothing here for me yet. Just waiting. Bids at 507. Offer sitting into this like 14, 15. So pretty tight range. Marking the areas that I just talked about. I'll try and see if I can set up a 5-minute footprint for NQ so that we can get the same information that I'm referencing on Trade Evade as well. If I can find decent settings to do the same thing, I will. I don't know if it'll be accurate enough though. But I will give it an attempt. Wait, I need caffeine. Mm-hmm. It's still present at 507. Offer still present into 14s. No shift, no change, just garbage. Waiting on ES and RTY to figure out what they want to do. Still maintaining our 88 to 90 pivot on ES. Market just looks pretty weak right now. Just overall, like, need to wait for someone to show up and then we can play a secondary move. We're holding where we need to, though, for uptrend to persist. Jesus. I'm watching the footage of this hit that took place on the United Healthcare CEO. What the hell? He's using a subsonic gun, is cycling the rounds himself, has a silencer on, super calm, like actual hitman. That's crazy. I don't know if you actually want to watch it, but there it is. Kind of nuts. Put it on stream? You're crazy. I'll send the link though, I guess. I don't really want to. Here, this is how I'll get away with it. Yeah, we're still holding here, Robert. It's very passive. Just up at our highs. Sellers still getting absorbed into 507. Buyers still getting absorbed into 514. Just slow grind up. Nothing really actionable here unless you got filled into the wick into 507 bid. Unusual DM activity detected in the financial cloud. You see how we're just interacting between these two areas? How we were able to identify them, and now it's just oscillating. We're seeing lower and lower highs being put in though from the offers, trying to push below. Should expect to see acceleration if 507 goes, but until then, like this is pretty untradeable. Bid very clearly still there, taking in. But I personally would like to see a dip for liquidity down into like 95, 500. I mean, if this holds, it's fine, but we need to see like a very clear test of our highs and then secondary bid step in over 515, I think. So I look above, watching to see if bid can hold 15s. Still a little wobbly here. Retesting now. Watching our day open on RTY here. Later, Kowalski. I'm losing faith in this 15 buyer. $50 seconds until new 15s. Just got tagged out 2 from 15 into 2250. It's watching now. Still just slow grinding up off of the flip. Holding POC previous candles so far, but I don't know if we get more. Thought we were going to get a lot more off of that 15 hold, to be honest. A lot of liquidity piling on into 25. This trade feels terrible. Only reason I didn't stop out is because we held where we needed to. The longer that we sit here, the more likely I just take a break even on my runner. Yeah, man. I've got one stop into 24.75, but I might lower it a bit more. I just don't know if they're going to pull that liquidity and only pop through or not. I'm out one more there into 24. Yeah, into 25, so I'm wondering if they pull. I have one runner left, break even. You can see where like we're holding that edge. All right, so my stop's just below that, because if not, then I'm just looking for that to fill back down to that 505 area. Just let it be. I was expecting way more here. So de-risking because it's not doing what I wanted. I'm trying to give you like multiple views of the same thing. Here, I'll do a price action one as well. So we can, you have the 15-minute, you have the 5-minute footprint, and then I'll give you my 15-second chart of what I'm looking at. So you can see the same on all three of where I actually transacted. Hopefully that's helpful. And you can see even though we identified the auction from 507 to 515, I didn't take anything in that area, right? I waited for the break and hold above as soon as we actually saw a bit of excitement above our range high. Nice breakout on Russell over day open, just coming back up to previous day value high in our VWAP. I have zero confidence in the market once we get up here. I could see this being our kind of our line in the sand for price. Big loss of momentum here, potentially. Just kind of watching that. Pushing into our Russell target now. See if that loss of momentum happens, or if we can actually build above previous day value and VWAP. We have a really nice target for ES if it can hold this structural break in this LVN, right? Just, we'd be looking for an ADR for a flag. I just don't know. It's so slow and choppy. It's crazy. Again, I just have one runner left, break even at 15s. So like, I'm basically out of this trade. I'm just waiting. I thought this reaction would happen much quicker than it is. Shit's just getting eaten. Is this feeling more and more like I'm gonna get wicked out and then we pop? I'm not changing my stop. I don't care. Ugh. Ay, ay, ay. Nice pop on BTC. Yeah. BTC. Oh, it was sold again into 100K. So far, sell side momentum definitely picking up a bit on Russell into that VWAP and previous day value high. Just watching to see if we can hold day open as we push back down for our structural breakout. Other than that, NQ sideways, ES still holding where it needs to. We're basically watching for the same thing on both Russell and ES, which is, can we hold previous structure and then pop, or is this just going to get sold and then we're going to have to do something like this? I don't have a clue. Too slow for me. Watching our NQ edge into 15s as we come down. Yeah, I mean, I told you what was going to happen. I told you. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's really hard. It's the problem is like we know liquidity is there, so it's like it's a really stupid spot to have your stop, but it's going off of your average, not you know what I mean? Like it's just hard. Choppy markets are rough, but like nothing changed about our ESO Russell structure, right? Like things held where they needed to, and our 15 liquidity held. So it's just like, are you willing to have a larger stop or not? You know? It's just really about like, are you willing to have risk on to maybe sit and chop for 30 minutes for an extra 5-10 points, you know? Like I don't know. It never feels worth to me, to be honest, even when I'm winning. Like the emotional and mental, like the mental stress that it causes you for no reason. For like an extra 50 to $100. It's just like, ah. Russell retesting our high. Good area to risk off a little on NQ if you're still in from 15 or below. Yes, still just sideways, waiting to see if we can break for that move into ADR up at 101. I think as long as that bid's maintaining that 25 to like 22, you should be fine for a continuation up. We'll see. Let's see if this liquidity here can hold. Mm-mm. Talk about a slow grind, though. Jesus. The McRib is back. BTC historically goes up two times after the McRib. Huge. So what is that predicting? Let's go. We're going to 150K, 200. Big. Oh my god, all my charts just reset. That's annoying. Found our liquidity into that 22 new high. So 15 is making me feel a lot better now, right? We're actually getting a bit of movement. Still, it's only like 20 points, so it's kind of garbage. But for the overall structure-wise, things held where they needed to. We're watching to see how yes interacts into our ADR edge at 101.5. Russell trying to build support over VWAP. If it can do that, we should be able to see ETH high in our monthly VWAP up at 32.8. Just keeping an eye now on structure. Feel like we're trading Globex. Oh my god, I keep knocking over my vape. What's up, Kid Poker? Yeah, slow but steady rally. Yeah, it's not incredibly enjoyable, that's for sure. New 15s just opened. Russell retesting VWAP is supportive, as well as previous day value high. Watching to see how our bid interacts there. At this point, the trade is just, it's free, so you're just hoping for POC from previous candle to still maintain and this last leg up. But if you get stopped out, you get stopped out, guys. Like, not worth chasing up here. Were you trying to short, or what were you doing? Yeah, it's really hard to short an uptrend, man. It's really tough. Oh, that loss last night must have been really rough for you with the gap up. Just watching for liquidity here at 33. Either the bid maintains or we'll see a shift where that goes offer. Getting a little volatile here. Russell holding VWAP in previous day value high so far. Everything's still maintaining uptrends, but just God, is it slow. There's our next leg up on Russell coming into target now, 32.8 off of our hold and rebid of our previous day of value and VWAP. Pushing into target now here on ES, 101.50. Hold of our 33 in bid, back up to our highs on NQ. Please move stops up. I have no clue what happens as we push into ADR, but this is our resistance across the board. Yeah, it's tough, Cows. He's clearly like not a great human being, but no one. It's the morality is hard. It's just that it's tough. But you are correct. People say whatever they want on social media. Did he deserve to be gunned down by a hitman? Probably not. It'd be nice if he was prosecuted and things changed instead of that, but you know. There's your tag into 101.50. Immediate sell side liquidity as we push into these ADRs. I think I might be done, guys. How much time do we have left? 10 minutes? Yeah, I'm not taking another trade. That's it for me. Plan worked. Everything played for this rotation. You just have to be patient. We'll probably get a look up a bit higher into 50s on NQ, but it was really nice being able to identify 607 and then the shift from the bid. Sorry, the offer to the bid here at 15s and then playing 15s up. Might be able to get a little pop off the top into close. I don't know. I think there was a really great secondary entry once we identified this liquidity at 22. Other than that, that's that, you know? I mean, PA is just rough. You gotta have wider stops. These wicks are no joke. Always keep in mind structurally where we are, right? In uptrend, just holding previous structure is supportive, looking for flagging to occur, and then we go on our ways. It's definitely not a trade to be mad about, but it is annoying, you know? I feel you, Sauce. Better than red, true. What have you been trying to trade, Ty? $471 was lost in the morning. You just get stopped out on right side of V? Is that what I'm seeing? Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing from the review channel. That's what it looks like. And it's really hard too because of how slow we're moving. It's very easy to get emotional. Yeah, that is huge. Yeah, you might have a chance tomorrow though, man. Looks good. I'd love to see that reoffer cash. Should probably get it tomorrow. You probably go up into 58, and then I'd say we probably rotate down again, and then we can go for that bid, and then continuation and push. That'd be my guess. If we go to a smaller time frame, can you see what I'm talking about here? Do you see what happened? Do you see how we interacted with these levels? How we looked in and then found support here at the low of that auction, and then rotated to the high of the auction, found this as resistance, and then pushed through, and now we're just rotating up. Yeah. So we're respecting balance very well. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that we'll probably find some sort of seller into this, and then we'll rotate down to, and then we'll look for a buyer somewhere in here. That'd be my guess. If it doesn't happen, then it's just going to be straight up just building up above, and then we'll look for continuation higher. Just remind me tomorrow, and we can look at it. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else here. Later, sauce. Were you guys able to interact with some of these trades, or was it untradeable for you? How'd you feel? I feel like I explained things well today, but you may have still gotten stopped out. So I don't know. Execution is always going to be the enemy. Appreciate it, Mark. It's just tough. $30 seconds to close. I will stream tomorrow will be private, but I will be on Friday, same time as today, for any of those that aren't subscribed. Private stream tomorrow. Open streams are Monday, Wednesday, Friday if you're new. If you want to take advantage of the Black Friday deal, we've got those going on, I think till December 6th. Up to you. But if not, you can just join me throughout the week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I believe the sales go on till 6th. Yeah. You want to hop in Discord? Here's the link. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Hopefully, we get some better price action, and these gap ups and then slow grind are not ideal for trading. So if you struggle today, it's not the end of the world. Just make sure you're not over leveraging so that you can survive days like this. You should be able to survive multiple red days in a row. If you are not able to and you blow up an account after 2 days of red, just means that you're over leveraged and you're sizing too large for the trades that you're taking, right? You're allowed to be wrong. You're always going to be wrong sometimes. It's just about not blowing out and having the sustainability to then be right more often than not. Gotta allow wiggle room. So this is a great day to review, I think, because I think the setups were there. The price action just wasn't as spontaneous as we wanted it to be, right? Not as volatile and with acceleration. So I think it's a good day to review some of your trades because you may have been right, but you just weren't patient enough, or you just had bad stops. And that's just like looking back at higher time frame and being like, oh yeah, this was a very clear shift, or oh okay, yeah, I shouldn't have shorted here, or because we never broke structure, stuff like that. If you have any questions about that, or if you want to review anything, my DMs are open, or you can just tag me in the trade review channel if you just want to do it that way. But that's the only way you're going to get better is by reviewing the bad. All right, I will talk to you all tomorrow. Have a good night.